Hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. Welcome to another day in Azeroth, and thank you all very much for joining me. What is new? What is good, everybody? Let's see. Inventory is sort of clean. I would love to cook the tangy clam meat, which we can do if we can get some hot spices. Gotta figure out which of these spider legs I need. Crunchy spider legs, I have gooey spider legs, and I have no quest complete. Do I not have a quest for spider legs? Spider venom? And maybe I'm holding on to this for no reason. For some reason I thought there was a quest for gooey spider legs. I don't know. Anyway, Dante, Eags, David, Wayne, JD, Dreamit, Chaos, Amy, Cat Lady Jude, Manifest, Adam, Dave, welcome to you all. I'm gonna hang on to these gooey spider things for a bit, but I feel like I'm gonna have to vendor them eventually. So what is up next? We got Rot Blossoms, Ghoul Fangs, the skeletal fingers we can get out to the west. Or do we want to go to wetlands? Let's go ahead and do some of this stuff. We can go all the way out to the west, we can work on Rot Blossoms, and we can work on the Totem of Infliction. Sven's Revenge. We can stop at the farm down here, we can pick up this item for Sven. Take that back out to him. First things first, let's spin on the pole and get our fire buffs. How do I get my opening screen like that? That's an add-on called Narcissus. This one right here. It's also what I use to take screenshots. Like so. We might be able to do the first Worgen quest out here too. Nightbane Shadow Weavers. I think they're down in this big area here. Let's check that out. It's always kind of a challenging one to get done, but if we can do it now, that'd be great. The plan for today is to do a bunch of stuff here in Duskwood, and eventually we're going to have to scoot on up to Wetlands and take care of all the green quests that are starting to stack up in Wetlands. And, you know, doing a dungeon today wouldn't be bad. Could probably do one more BFD. You know what? We're at the end of BFD. Oh, you know, we have to do a Stockades at some point. Because we didn't finish 2 of our quests. We were really close on both of them. So that will be in the cards for us. At some point, we will get in another Stockades run. Probably want to do that before we head all the way up to the wetlands. Well, this looks promising. Lots and lots of dead Worgen up here. Oh god. So it begins already. We probably need a shield for this area. Now that I think about it. We need a shield for this area, and we just need, like, better planning. Maybe we just need to not do this area. That actually seems like a better plan. Let's not bother with it. Oh, if I lose all my buffs, it's gonna suck to go back and get them all again. But that's what we're gonna have to do if we die here. Gonna have to go back and start again. See if we can get away. Okay. We seem to be safe. I'm sure Stitches will come stumbling down the road to end us any moment. See if we can heal up. I have no food. Definitely need to buy some higher level food. Oh, I have one fish to eat. Let's eat the one fish. We got some buff food. It's also level 15 though. That's not going to heal us up any quicker. But at least we can get the food buff. Alright, let's just go down to the graveyard. We're going to work on skeletal fiends, skeletal horrors. We're going to get the bits and pieces we need from those skeletons. We can go after ghoul fangs. Like, we don't have to. Because we're going to be fighting lots of ghouls later, but we can. We can just finish this one up before we go back for the other ghouls. I am going to come down here, though, and grab Sven's item. The only thing we have to contend with down here are dudes hanging out in stealth. Should be pretty okay to deal with. Yeah, I didn't see any quest to pick up at the inn. It's possible maybe we out-leveled it. It could have gone gray. Hell, maybe I did it and I turned it in and I don't even remember it, so I don't know. Don't know what happened to it, just know there isn't a quest at the inn to pick up right now. Not a visible one anyway. Oh god, there he is. Alright, he just killed everybody. Let's slide off the road here. Redbird, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Leo, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for being here today. Hope you're doing well. I don't really know how much we need Briarthorn anymore. I cleaned up some of our alchemy stuff that we weren't going to be using. We need Wild Steel Bloom. We need a lot of King's Blood. We're at the end of Strangle Kelp. We're at the end of Briarthorn. And Bruiseweed. We really need King's Blood, Life Roots. Oh, these mana pots, though. These use Strangle Kelp. I think we're almost done with Briarthorn. I'm going to keep picking it for now. We've basically just been picking whatever's conveniently in our path. Or maybe I won't pick this because maybe this is inside of the tree. There it is. I'm just blind. Karen, good evening to you and welcome to the stream. SimCity Ricky, thanks for joining us. Yeah, they made it so all of these skeletons can bleed now. Well, they couldn't bleed in vanilla era. Or maybe they could and I just assumed they couldn't. That's a possibility too. Alright, so we're doing the kill quest with these guys, but we're also getting the rot blossoms off of them and the skeletal fingers. And we're gonna get the ghoul's fangs from the ghouls that are not down in the crypt. We're gonna get those from the surface ghouls. Oh god, there he is. Morla Demon. Oh god, he killed the hardcore human priest right here. I remember, like, we had like a level... Well, we must have been in the level 20s. It was a human priest. I was having a pretty good time. I was feeling pretty invincible, and then right around here, I was like fighting something like this. And there he was. And he was aggroed, and I died. It's like, I always remember those hardcore deaths. Even if I don't think about them actively, when I get to the spot where one happened, I always remember. It's like, those are the moments of gameplay that remain burned into me. The moments when I lost a hardcore character. David, you remember that priest? Like, something else was coming out soon. Like, that's why it wasn't too devastating. I don't remember what was about to come out. We were about to have something else to do. I was just, like, still playing hardcore. But then I started to really like the character, and then of course, that's when we died. I don't remember if it was Sod that was coming out, or what it was. It was probably Cataclysm or something like that, actually, now that I think about it. The nice thing about having this fire buff here is a lot of these guys spawn these little wormies. And the wormies are hard to target, but with the fire shield on us, the wormies kill themselves on our little fire shield. That's really convenient for dealing with them. I have some kind of paralyzing... Yeah, paralyzing poison. That was unwelcome. We have Wandering Plague. Physical damage taken is increased by 5. Stamina is reduced by 3. 10% chance of spreading Wandering Plague on hit. Spreading it to, like, what? Like, people around us? Thankfully, we don't have any friends. Oh, I don't really need the Plague Spreaders right now. We're gonna need Plague Spreaders later. But I guess we're killing these Plague Spreaders. That's what's happening. And my IRL one-handed axe skill is still, it's like 5. Yeah, I got a lot of work to do. It's still 5. And then I gotta figure out how to level up my IRL one-handed sword skill next. The only reason I posted it because I was surprised at how cool it looked. And I was the one that did it. And I had done it a few times at that point. That wasn't like a one-off. I've been doing it a few times. At the behest of the family. Showing off a little bit. But then it actually looked really cool. And I was like, damn, that was satisfying. And it looked really cool. Oh, you can't make the Defias drop the Furbrow's deed, Dave. If you take that attitude, they're never gonna drop it. I've only gotten it a couple of times, and it's never intentional. And a lot of times, I don't even notice that I got it. I look at my bags much later on. I'll be clearing out my bags, and I'll be like, oh, apparently at some point we got the Furbrow's deed. It'll sit in my bags, and I'll never even turn in the quest. This time I got it, and I actually remembered. And then I actually turned it in, but usually we either don't get it or it just sits and rots. It's only like 100 XP or something really small. It's weird because I wonder, like, is it supposed to be a breadcrumb item? Because you get sent that way anyhow. Oh damn, there he is. You get sent out in that direction by a handful of quests, and I'm thinking that's like, it's one more little breadcrumb just to make sure somebody gets there, but it's very inconsistent when we get it. I'll never forget the time in hardcore, like, I with a friend, I killed like 400 of those gnolls, and we never got the gold schedule, neither one of us. We killed those guys for like an hour. And I started to question, like, I was a night elf, I think, and I was starting to question whether night elves could even get the item. I was starting to question whether or not you could even get the item if you're in a group, because we literally killed like hundreds of gnolls and never got it. That was the only time that it happened that way. Had it in the bag the whole time. I just had this thought, this like paranoid thought. I'm like, what if the dude I was playing with did get the item? Would he tell me he got it, or would he just like to see how much more unhinged I got on the stream about not getting the item? And now that I think back about this particular person I was playing with, I'm thinking like, yeah, they might not have said anything even if they had the item. They might have just kept playing along like it didn't drop just to see like what I did. Or it was in my bags the whole time and I couldn't find it. Yeah, those two possibilities just occurred to me. Alright, what's our skill at here with one-handed mace? 134 out of 40 is not bad. Let's go back to the two-hander for a bit. We just got the Reef Axe the other day. I'd like to use it a little bit. And none of these guys are casters, so should be a decent time to use it. Grave Moss. I don't need Grave Moss for anything, do I? We can't use Grave Moss in Alchemy at all. I wonder if it's worth a skill up. I should probably go investigate whether I can at least get a skill up off of it. Oh crap, is it gone? Maybe somebody else picked it up. I don't think it's used for anything. I think maybe it's worth a skill up if you have Herbalism. Oh, there it is. You can skill up off of it, possibly. But I'm pretty sure we can't use it for anything. Unless it is one of those items that has a very specific use. Like maybe it's for a class quest or something. There you go. Shadow potions and enchanting. Never would have thought enchanting. That seems really weird. You need grave moss for something with enchanting. Huh. I wonder if I can sell it then. You know? Like, oh yeah, it sells decent on the AH. Ooh. That never occurred to me. We're gonna try to sell it. I'll grab it whenever I can. Yeah, sometimes those niche use items sell for quite a bit. Oh, it's used for the shadow protection potion. Oh, okay. Yeah, then I can see why it would sell well. It probably sold better in vanilla era, to be honest. Like, I don't know how much people actually stack resistances in TBC for, like, actual TBC content. Maybe they do, a little bit. But I feel like that's one of those items that would have been a lot more valuable in vanilla. For the current raid, you only need Frost and Nature Resist. Yeah, so in that case, it probably doesn't sell for that well, but it probably sells a little bit. I'm sure there's some people out there who feel like they need it for some piece of content or another. CNET, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for joining us. The shield and the one-hander might be faster right now for one really big reason. Sometimes we have that buff that has a chance to deal a boatload of fire damage on hit. And, you know, since the one-hander swings more often, when we have that buff, we're probably killing stuff faster with a one-hander. We were using our unarmed skill and killing stuff just fine the other day with the buff. And so that's probably why. And then, like, when we don't have the buff, though, we're probably killing stuff faster with the two-hander, assuming we don't miss. Yeah, and that's what it is. Like, when you have that buff, your best bet is to go with the faster weapons. But when you don't have it, it's like, okay, well, we can use the two-hander in that case. Well, there we go. That's 10 out of 10 for the ghoul fangs. Got some bruise weed here we can grab if this other person doesn't get to it. So now, what are we looking for? One more fiend and a few more horrors. And we have to go talk to Sven before we hearth out of here. Make sure we give him his diary. I saw on Wowhead this morning that sometime yesterday, Classic Team came out and said there will not be an official sod fresh. There will be no official server. They referenced the patch. Some data miners had found a new patch for sod and they addressed that and said no. It's not anything new. It's not a fresh server start. We're too busy for all that. Please carry on. I wonder if that took any steam out of the community fresh. I logged in on the Horde side today, and there were a handful of people in the Orc starting zone like clustered around the rune cellar, but it wasn't packed by any means. The TBC zones are busier still in the starting areas. Well, people were asking for it, that's why. People were like, in light of the community event, people were vocally asking, like, well, can we just have a fresh server? Like, can we do a proper... And honestly, like, if they had done a fresh server, I would have played. That's the problem. And then also, like, you know, they let them know, like, well, it's too much work, you know? It's not simply turn on a server and let it run on its own. They said to do that, we have to engage the entire Classic team. Yeah, all 5 of you. And they said they're very busy working on other stuff. It was nice of them to address it. Like, I would much rather have them come out and say, yeah, look, we hear you. We are listening and seeing you want this. We can't do it. Yeah, we have no plans to do it. That's awesome. I hope they continue to be that, like, communicative with people as, like, Classic Plus evolves and comes out and whatever. It's really nice to see that people are like, hey, can we have sod fresh? And they're like, no.
For the Alliance. Be careful.
No, you can't.
Go with honor, friend.
Now go play with the toys you already have. Alright, let's hearth back to town. We can turn everything in. We need to get Mary's looking glass really quick from just south of town. And then we'll see where that leaves us. We might be headed back to the wetlands. Depending on if the chain of this is green or yellow. But for now, let's hearth back.
What can I do for you? See you around. See you later.
Oh, we gotta do the juice delivery. Oh, man. You know, we could probably fly to Sentinel Hill. Maybe that cuts some time off of it. Maybe we wait till we come back out here. We're gonna have to come back out here to kill ghouls inside the caverns and some other stuff. So maybe we just hold on to it until then. 24... I mean, 2 levels and it goes gray.
Need help?
Do I need help? Yeah, probably. Like, yeah, just so I'm not missing anything here. I have no quest here for the gooey spider legs. So maybe we already did it? If we had done it, we'd have had a cooking recipe though. That's why I'm kind of bothered. If we had done it, we'd have a cooking recipe for the gooey legs. And if I haven't done it, then it should still be here to pick up. Even if it's a gray quest, I'd be able to click on somebody
Have a good one.
and they would have the quest. Nobody's got the
I
quest.
supply only the finest goods.
Yeah, but we did all the Sven stuff, didn't we?
Safe travels.
Did I just never go see Sven? Oh, I mean, we saw Sven. You mean this guy? Jitters. Did we just not go see Jitters? Is that where I went wrong? Let's see. Trivial quests. No, there's no trivial quest that I didn't grab. If he had a trivial quest that we hadn't done, like let's say we missed part of a chain, then I would see it now because I turned on trivial quest. So, oh shit, there it is. Now, yep, that's what it was. There was a point when we were supposed to go back and talk to him and I just didn't do it, or I did it. And since I didn't see an exclamation point, I didn't grab the follow-up. Because it was gray at that point. We just didn't grab it. We didn't see it, we didn't grab it, and now we just don't have to worry about it, I guess.
Well met. Have a good one.
Why can I suddenly not see the number of inventory slots available in my add-on here? What happened there? Maybe I have to have some inventory space. There we go. I'm just having UI problems. Good. I'm glad we figured out what happened.
Light be with you.
And I guess, you know,
Be careful.
we're not
Safe
going to get that
travels.
recipe is the only problem.
Light bless you.
But it might not even really be a problem. I'm going to sell a bunch of stuff then. Since we don't need these. That's about all we can do. We're close to not needing the bruiseweed, but I feel like we have like one or two things we can still use it for. Yeah, that's right. We can go to the Pig and Whistle Inn if we want to get the recipe. Talon, I saw the recent speculation because of that leak, that supposed leak, I guess we'll call it. I saw that there was speculation that, you know, we're going to hear... Obviously, we know we're going to hear about Classic Plus in September. But now people are starting to believe that we're going to hear about it in September, and then we're going to get it soon after that. Soon after we hear about it.
See you around.
I feel like they have a word for that. And it's not a very polite word. And the word starts with a C. And ends with an M.
Can I help
And it has some vowels in the middle of it.
for the Alliance? Have a
Yeah,
good one.
like I feel like there's a big word for that already. On the internet. That sort of belief.
Business.
And so I don't know about that. I don't know if I would buy into that or not. Bellular talked about it too, but Bellular talks about everything and then, like, you know, in the one breath he'll say, this seems likely, in the other breath he'll dismiss it entirely. He's very political about how he presents information. Yes, on the one hand, this could mean Classic Plus by October. On the other hand, this could be a load of garbage. And I'm kind of on the load of garbage side of it. Okay, let's go down to Blind Mary's place. And we'll do that. Shadowy Figure. Shadowy Figure is in the Moonbrook Schoolhouse. Maybe we'll stick around here a bit more. Plague Spreaders is level 30, but the enemies are only level like 26 to 28. Maybe we can go back out and wrap this stuff up and we can do this one. And maybe then we can get out of here. And we can go back to wetlands. Now, don't get me wrong, I would love it if they announced Classic Plus in the beginning of September, and we were playing it by October. Like, that would be awesome. But I don't know if that's the case. Where is her mirror? Her mirror. Oh, the crazy ghoul thing. Okay, we gotta go hunt that crazy ghoul thing. Well, you'd think they want to get it right before release. You would think that. And it certainly would have been true of Blizzard back in the day to not release something until they were perfectly happy with it. Blizzard nowadays is perfectly fine to test ideas in production and to get feedback in production and to implement changes on a regular basis in production. You know, they're perfectly fine with putting like entire gameplay tests into their modern game. Look at the new microzones. That's simply them testing out how hard mode world content could work. And they're perfectly fine with shipping something that they just made up and that they're still figuring out. That's modern Blizz. So I don't know. Maybe a year and a half is the right amount of time for something like Classic Plus, because it's not like they have to build the game from scratch. They're not putting it into a new engine or anything like that, I don't believe. And so all of the same technical limitations and everything's probably going to be the same. The real question is, like, how much actual work are they going to have done to it? What sort of Classic Plus are we going to get? Are we going to get a Classic Plus that, like, out of the box feels like a new version of Classic? With like a bunch of new? Like, everywhere you look there's new? Or are we going to get something that looks very similar to Classic with some new stuff and then them adding stuff over time? And we don't know. We have no idea what we're going to get. And so, but I feel like they'd want to build hype for longer than a couple months, which is why I don't think that they would announce it in September and then release it a couple months later, like the same year. Like, I don't know. Because it just seems like maybe even they ought to be putting that sucker through some beta testing for a while, you know what I mean? Like, if you're going to test in production, at least have a nice long beta phase. Because I'll play the crap out of beta and I will give actual feedback on things. You guys can help me give feedback. But they'd have to have a nice long beta phase and they'd have to invite lots of people in order for that to come off right. And let's say, like, so if they announce it in September, even if they were to release it the same year, calendar year, that's only a few months. Like, I want it to be in beta for at least a few months. So I'm just not sure. I'm not on the bandwagon of people thinking that we're going to be playing Classic Plus in 2026. Yeah, we might play. There might be something we play in 2026. You know, maybe they have a new season for us. Maybe they're going to announce beta. Like, maybe we will start beta sometime in 2026. Because that would be the first really big announcement, you know, like, oh, we're opening beta. Like, here's Classic Plus, this is what it looks like, and oh, and also, beta is open right now, go apply for it. So, maybe something like that. But I don't think we're going to see the game until sometime in 2027. Possibly even 2028. Well, see, that's the other idea. You say, well, I hope they make it so we can learn mining, skinning, and herbalism at the same time. That's a fundamental game design change. And so that's the other question you have to ask yourself. Are they going to be doing anything that fundamentally changes the design of the game? Because something like that, like being able to pick up more professions, that is a fundamental change in how the game works. It's going to affect every single part of the economy. And maybe even some of the social aspects. Will they be willing to do stuff like that? Or will there forever be really cool ideas that we would like to see in WoW Classic that we now know with Classic Plus we know we're not going to get? That's the other thing. is like, you know, all like right now you have all these ideas, or at least some of us do. Some of us sit back and we have idle time to think about like what we might want in Classic Plus. Once we have Classic Plus, all those questions are going to be answered. We're going to know whether we have it or not. Like, oh, you want Group Finder? Well, you're going to find out. Like, oh, you want more professions? Well, you're going to find out soon. And then what do? What if you don't get the things you want? Do you just hope they add it later? But when it comes to when it comes to big design changes, I don't find it likely. I hope they do crazy stuff like that. Like, oh, it'd be great to be able to learn more professions, but I just don't know if they have the guts to change the way the game works in such a big way. Because to do that, they'd have to be really willing to make it their own, but not only make it their own, they'd have to make it their own, and they'd have to still make it really good. You know? And they kind of did that with SOD. Like, SOD got really good by the end. I don't like the way SOD progressed. I feel like it had moments that were really bad. I remember the start of like phase 3 was when I quit. When they put the silly world event grindfest in, I walked away from it. But I feel like by the end they had figured a lot of things out and they made a game that was really fun to play, so doesn't mean it'll be what everybody wants. Oh man, this ghoul has got to be on like a 10-minute respawn timer or something. Somebody killed him so quick when we got here that I didn't even have time to try to invite to group. The rogue just popped out of stealth and murdered him. And now I see why. They were probably camped out there for 10 minutes waiting for him to respawn. Oh, now we got a cat going in there. Don't go in there. No. Okay. This is us. As soon as the hamstring wears off. There we go. Instant item creation, that's, I mean, you say that's not crazy, but from a game design perspective, that's an enormous difference in how the game functions on a back-end way and how the game feels to play. So, you know, instant item creation, that's right up there with anything else that's monumentally game-changing. Will they do stuff like that? Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think so. Probably not. And then I know what a lot of people are going to be asking. Will they do anything unique that Turtle WoW didn't already do in some way? Or will they do anything unique and game-changing that like one of the private servers hasn't already done? I guess, you know, some people are probably going to wonder that. Will they do anything unique of their own that's good? It does seem like from data mining and from like other clues that whatever we get, both Alliance and Horde are going to have an elf faction. There's been like the Skyborn elves that are like Alliance, and then there's this group of like magic using elves that are not blood elves, but are probably going to end up on the Horde side. That would be a big win. If I could play a high elf model on either faction right out the gate. They don't have to be high elves. It doesn't have to be called a high elf. But yeah, like having high elves for both factions. Like different sub-factions joining up with Horde and Alliance. That'd be a huge move for social balance, which is something that Classic was not known for, that kind of balance. You could say in a way, like, if you give them both the same race right out the bat, like that's kind of like antithetical to what Classic is. But it seems like that's what they might do. Instead of the Alliance getting high elves and then the Horde getting something that nobody wants, like ogres or goblins. I mean, some people want goblins. We'll get goblins later. Alright, so what next? We'll go talk to this guy. He's gonna send us back out to the west. And then I guess we can go back. We can either fly to, you know, we should fly to Sentinel Hill. We should go to Moonbrook, do the first part of the Stalvin quest, and then wind up back over here. I think that's how we're gonna do it. You hope Classic Plus doesn't end up being retail level with level 60, but the problem is, I have this thought that for every person that has that thought, there's another person that says, I hope Classic Plus ends up being retail that ends at level 60. As far as the stuff you can do at endgame. Not necessarily in the way you get to endgame, not in the way the content feels, not in the leveling pace, but I think there are plenty of people that are thinking, well, I'd like to play Classic, but I would like to have a bunch of cool shit to do at endgame. For instance, I would love to have Classic Delves. I want to be able to play Delves in Classic Plus. I love that single player solo Delve progression. It feels really good. It's fun. I like having the companion character that I level up. And, you know, and if I had that in Classic Plus, well, that'd be, maybe I'd play a lot less retail. But there's plenty of people who feel that way. Like, oh, I would love it if Classic Plus had some of these cool endgame things from retail. Because if it doesn't, then the endgame is the same. The endgame is, well, there's 6 current bosses, or however many bosses are in the current raid, and all you do is you log in every week, you kill those 6 bosses, you get whatever gear you get, and you log out. You know, unless you're a big PvPer. And then congratulations, I really don't know what you're doing. And so I don't know. And so that's why, in a way, no one's going to be happy with whatever Classic Plus is.
Can I help you?
Because I think everyone wants something very different. Some of the things we all want are similar, but there are points at which we all diverge greatly from each other as far as what we want and what we don't want in Classic Plus. You know, for instance, when I say I need to have automated LFG day 1, that probably really pisses somebody off.
See you around.
Because in somebody else's mind, the group finder is completely antithetical to what Classic Plus is. But in my mind, if I don't get the LFG on day 1, I'm going to be gravely disappointed. And that's what I mean. And now both of us want some things from Classic Plus in that scenario, but then we're on this one point, we're greatly divided. And there are so many points like that, and there are so many different ways of division, that I really wonder if the player base is ever going to be happy with it. And because what happens when the player base is not happy is, like, the design of the game fluctuates. Like, the way the game feels to play, the thing, like, look at kind of the things that happened to Season of Discovery based on player reaction to stuff. Like, they made very big changes at different points in time, completely based on, like, predominant player reaction or vocal player reaction. And when you have a player base that's very divided, there's going to be very vocal people who are trying to pull the game or influence the game to go in a certain direction. And so what if we end up with a Classic Plus that doesn't even know its own identity because we, the players, keep pulling it in different directions? And they keep making changes to make us, the players, happy, not realizing that us, the players, are not in agreement about what Classic Plus is. And then we have this game that's like a bipolar game design, kind of like what SOD was, that just vacillates wildly. Like, I don't think anybody wants that, but that might be what we end up with. Because we're not all on the same page, but also we don't trust Blizzard simply to make a game without our feedback. We want to have a voice on the... We want to have a voice on the ground floor. And we want to be able to test it and say, hey, do this, that, and the other, and have our feedback taken, because at the end of the day, we really don't trust them to do it on their own. But our voices aren't unified at all, so what's the game going to end up being based on that kind of development? Who knows? Maybe we'll get to see it soon. Oh, for sure, there will be no end of comparisons to the private servers. That will never end. If Classic Plus lives for 20 years, there will still be people who are like, well, you know, in Turtle Wild they did it like this, and I just really wish they would have figured that out for Classic. Or, you know, Ascension did this, and I was like so good, I had so much fun, I just really wish the Blizz devs would have put this into Classic Plus. It's going to be endless. The audience knows what it wants in this case, but the audience is, everybody individually is so different. That's the difference between, like, you think you do but you don't. It's not a you think you do but you don't situation. Like, everybody wants Classic Plus. And Blizzard knows that they want it. It's just that the idea, the image of Classic Plus that everybody wants is different from person to person. And it's vastly different among people who do not play Classic currently and people who have been playing Classic, you know, since we started doing Classic. There's also those two very different groups of people. There are the players and the non-players, and our ideas of Classic Plus are completely different. Because us players have a lot of experience with what Classic actually is. And the non-players only have nostalgia for what Classic actually is. They don't know any of the pain points or anything. They don't play. But they're waiting for Classic Plus because they want to play that. So they are also the audience for Classic Plus, even though they don't currently play the game at all. And maybe haven't for decades. Shane doesn't want flying. I don't want flying either. Someone out there right now is like, oh my god, no flying? Well, how am I ever gonna get around? Like, somebody else absolutely needs flying. This is the problem. Flying mounts ruined WoW. Yeah. Flying mounts being handed to you before you have to complete content on a character ruins it. If the flying mount is the reward for the character completing the content, okay. If you must, then that's how it should be done. Let's forego it completely. Let's not have flying mounts at all. But if we must, then they have to be earned on the character that rides them. The character that's going to fly the mount has to be the character that's uncovered all the zones or done the main questing in the zones. And he's reached level cap. And then he gets flying. The reason why that won't happen right away with Classic Plus is because it's the Classic world. And it was never made to be flown over in a lot of areas. They'd have to go in and give it the Cataclysm treatment. In Cataclysm, they finally went in and they patched up all the rough areas where zones and things would come together in a way that, when seen from above, wasn't quite right. You know, they patched it all up with Cataclysm so we could fly, but prior to that, it wasn't set up for it. So they'd have to do a lot of work that they might not want to do if they want us to fly through Classic Plus.
Hello.
And so maybe they'll just skip the work and we won't get flying. Let's not fly. Let's run, right? Let's head right back into this area. We'll go after Plague Spreaders. We'll turn this one into Jitters. And we'll do Juice Delivery. We also have to come down here and find the Monocle. I want to do that whenever Abercrombie gives us his quest to go down there. We can do both of those together. It shrinks the world and flight points become useless. It does a lot of negative things. But only negative from the standpoint of a person who's just trying to be immersed in the world. It does positive things to the person trying to complete a list of chores. So it depends. Does the game become a game that there are chores to do? Because if there are chores to do, then it's almost like, well, flying is kind of essential because you're asking people to do these chores. You should at least take some of the pain out of it. But if there are no chores to do, then, you know, you don't need flying as much. So what kind of chores are there? Like, you know, what's that gonna be like? I think for sure it's probably gonna launch with no flag mounts. Like, you can probably be guaranteed of that. I don't think we're gonna have, like, you know, day one level up to X level and get your flying mount. Like, I don't think they're gonna be in at the start. But they weren't in the start either, you know, when WoW came out. And they put them in, and then they kept making them easier and easier to get. So the real question is, with Classic Plus, how do we maintain active development? You know, we being Blizzard in this case, let's say. How do we maintain active development, engage with our player base, make positive change and grow the game? But how do we do that in a way that doesn't kind of follow down the same unfortunate road that led to so many choices that people don't like about modern WoW. How do we not do that? How do we enter active development with a similar group of players for what vanilla started with, and how do we not end up in the same exact spot? And maybe it looks different, maybe like it looks different, but maybe like systems wise, maybe it ends up in the same spot. And why? Well, because people are very predictable. What's going to happen? People are going to get sick of running everywhere. Let's say Blizzard adds all kinds of cool content to do at level 60, okay? Like, all across the world, let's say you've got delves, maybe you've got some world bosses, maybe you've got some other kind of content we didn't think about yet. And all this stuff is spread all around the world, okay? And so what? Like, you've got flight points. Okay. Well, eventually people are going to want to get around a little bit faster, because they're going to say, look, you've given us all this stuff to do. I'd love to do all this content. It's really amazing. But listen, I spend half of my time running around. And then I spend another quarter of my time on flight points. And I'm only spending 25% of my playtime actually doing the content. And so that's going to go on. And you know, and I'm not trying to convince you of anything here, and I don't believe this. I'm just giving you a point of view that someone's going to have. This is a point of view that people are going to develop. Because it's the same thing that kind of happened originally. And so what do we do about that if we're Blizzard? Do we just not listen to those people? Like, what do? We're kind of stuck. Unless we just take a line and we say, well, this is how we want our game to be. We want your boots on the ground the entire time. There is no flying in this world because this world is inherently very dangerous, and you're just not at a level where you would ever fly around on something. You know, just like most people don't have a pilot's license, you're not going to be an adventurer and go out and fly something. It's very unlikely. And so but they'd have to take that hard line. I don't know if they're going to do that. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. It's got to be a hard choice for them to make. Absolutely, because they know that no matter what choice they make, it's going to be wrong. Like, there are going to be people out there who are going to say, well, that was the wrong choice. No matter which way they go with it. And that's true of so many things. They are operating from a point where they're going to have to make choices. Maybe they've already made a lot of these choices. Obviously, they're quite far along in development. But they're going to have to make the choices and stand by the choices, and they're going to know that, you know, they're going to make the wrong choice in the minds of people. And they're just going to have to be okay with it and stand by it as, like, this is the way the game is designed. We know you don't like it. If you don't like it, go play something else. You know, go play Modern WoW where you can fly everywhere super fast. Like, they're going to have to stand by it if they choose to make choices like that. And I just hope they have the backing to be able to do it.
What can I do for you?
Well, there's plenty of ways for them to make money without relying on the endgame being a certain way. There's lots of things they could monetize, you know? It doesn't have to, the endgame doesn't have to be any certain way for them to monetize the game. They'll find plenty of ways to do that. And maybe that's what housing will be for. Maybe tolerating housing will be what affords Classic Plus. And if that's the case, that's fine. I just don't ever have to do it. Alright, what do we do next? Back to Sven. We've got ghoul ribs we need from below. We've got plague spreaders from below. Alright, let's go do that. We'll talk to Sven after. I think he's gonna have another kill quest for us. And then once we do the rib one for Abercrombie, I think he sends us down to the Ogre Mound. We'll be able to go down there, do his quest, and get the monocle at the same time. Yeah, you can't make everybody happy. I feel bad for the developers. Oh man, could you imagine like the hate mail some of these people must get? Or in the hate mail that they're probably gonna get over like socials and stuff once Classic Plus comes out. I feel bad for them. To operate from a point to know like, I have to make this thing. It's supposed to be art. It's supposed to be fun. I have to make this thing. And I know right from the get-go that half of the people that play it aren't going to be happy with it. And I know right from the get-go that if it doesn't make enough money, my bosses aren't going to be happy with it. And if I know that I try to make more money with it, that the other half of people that do like it, they might find reasons to not like it. Like, oh god. What an abysmal way to have, what an abysmal standpoint to have to work from. Especially when you consider that the thing you're trying to make is art. And how can you make art under that kind of duress? How can you do it? How can you make anything that resembles art under that kind of fucking emotional and social duress? It's crazy. I feel so bad for him. Hey, you Wave. Good morning, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Well, this crypt area is rocking as usual. We can kill anything in here for the ribs. Plague spreaders, we need 20 of them. So far, we've managed to kill 1. So we're just gonna have to get lucky. We lost our buffs a little while ago, which is kind of a bummer, but it's not a big enough deal to really make me want to peel out of here. I should have re-upped it in Sentinel Hill. That would have been like the smart thing to do. But it's okay. We have the superpower buff. It's at least helping us kill these guys a lot faster. You know what I should do since we have the superpower buff? Let's go to a one-hander. What's our fastest one-hander? 2.9, 1.9. Let's do the 1.9 axe. More times we hit, the more chance we have to proc the fire damage. You would hope that at this point in history, like even if you don't like Classic Plus, there's so many different versions of WoW to play. And if you aren't having fun in any version of WoW, you have to seriously consider like whether or not this game is for you, right? At that point, they're not obligated to keep trying to make you happy. you have to make you happy by going and playing other games. If you, like, even right now, like, if you're looking at all the versions of WoW that exist right now and you're like, nah, none of these are it. Well, Classic Plus probably isn't going to be it either. And so, you know, you ought to just find something you do like, because if you can't find something you like with this much variety, it's going to be hard to like anything that they make. Now, if only we could find out what they're going to be doing with Mist of Pandaria. Isn't it crazy that we almost know more about Classic Plus than we know about what's happening with Mist of Pandaria progression? It's weird to me. Since the one thing should be much closer than the other. Like, we gotta wrap up Mop and figure out what's going on with those characters before we do Classic Plus, right? Right, Blizz? You didn't forget about Mop, did you, Blizz? You still got people working on that? It's wild, right? Yeah, we should hear about Wrath Anniversary, right? We have to hear about Mop first, though. The order of things, like if we're gonna get things, then the order of things. Oh, this leads right over to that other crypt. I didn't know they connected like that. Very cool. The order of things should be Warlords of Draenor Classic, or you know, them telling us what's gonna happen to the Mop characters now that that's over, and then we should hear about Anniversary. And then we should hear about Classic Plus. Like, that should be the order of releases, I would think. I would think the next thing to happen to Mop will happen. Wrath Anniversary will happen. And then Classic Plus will happen. Or Classic Plus Beta, at the very least, will start up. Even if we're not, like, in a full release state. Strangely, I do want them to do Wrath again. Yeah, I would play Wrath one more time. And I think them doing Wrath makes sense because it's going to be nice to do Northrend again, because when Last Titan comes out, Last Titan is going to be them remaking Northrend. Northrend is where Last Titan is going to take place. So they're going to give Northrend the whole revamp treatment. And the revamped Silvermoon was really good. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I think it would be cool to play through the OG Northrend one more time. And before going into Last Titan and like wrapping up a bunch of that Titan lore and all that stuff. I think that's going to be fun for lots of people. So it's like, it's guaranteed that we do Wrath Anniversary, and that it's out before Last Titan. Like, hopefully a ways before Last Titan, so people have time to kill Arthas at least before Last Titan is out. You guys should chill. I'm gonna put you in timeout. It sounded too much like politics. But really what it is a difference of opinion or whatever that you're allowed to have, but you're both allowed to have it in silence. That's really the only way to have differences. Because if you don't have differences in silence, what you have are arguments. And we don't need none of those. I think the Northrend revamp is going to be amazing. If they do it on the scale like they did Silvermoon, it's going to be really special. Maybe people will like the Borean Tundra this time around. Wouldn't that be a change of pace? Maybe Blizz will just officially rename it the Boring Tundra. And it'll be an ode to the classic zone. A plague spreader? That's rare. How many plague spreaders have we killed? We've killed 2 plague spreaders the entire time we've been down there. We do have 5 out of 7 ribs, so we're doing pretty good on that front. Maybe if I want plague spreaders, I gotta hang out near the top. There don't seem to be a lot that spawn. The deeper you go into these catacombs, I feel like the fewer plague spreaders spawn. It's mostly the other types that we don't need. Alright, I mean, Just a little timeout. I gave a warning, and now I gotta crack down. Speaking of retail, I'm gonna play some retail tonight. This evening time. I'm gonna do some delves and stuff for anybody interested in retail or seeing some retail or hanging out while I play retail. That's gonna happen sometime around 6:30 my time. Ooh, it'd be nice to have a Dalaran remake the size of Silvermoon, because Silvermoon got massive and like it just grew in proportions, and there's like so many layers to Silvermoon now. It would be nuts to see like a full Dalaran, because listen, Dalaran's really dinky. Dalaran was so small originally, like when I went there in Wrath, like I wasn't disappointed, but I remember thinking like this place almost seems too small to be a place where people live. Like, how could a city population live in this tiny place? So much of it seemed to be geared towards other things that are not living. It wasn't, like, believable as a city. It just kind of reminded me of, like, a small fortress. And maybe that's what it's supposed to be, but I always imagined Dalaran, like, back in the day as, like, a big city. And the little Dalaran ring that we got just didn't really fulfill that. So I would love to see, like, a city-sized Dalaran. That isn't just like a circle people run. Like back when they used to design cities that didn't have to be loops to be easily navigated. You know, like a real city. I'd love to see that. And that, I mean, like, but what, they could do that. They'd have to, isn't Dalaran exploded right now? They'd have to rebuild, literally rebuild Dalaran in the lore too. It would have to be like new Dalaran. Because currently Dalaran had exploded. And I don't think they ever put it back together. You'd think they could just have, like, the infinite Dragonflight pluck a version of Dalaran out of the timeways. And just plop it down. But here you go. This timeline wasn't using this one because everybody in this timeline died of plague. Oh. Don't worry, we sanitized it. You want Nomergon and turned into a real player hub. David, don't make me put you in a timeout. It sounds like you're trying to goad me. Nomergon turned into a real... We'd have to have a gnome expansion. What would that look like? We already got mechagnomes. There's really no more gnome lore to explore, unfortunately. Oh, it would have the music. It would have the Nomergon music, and you wouldn't be able to disable it. It'd be stuck on full volume permanently every time you were in town. Just you specifically, because you brought this on us. Yeah, I think they're done with gnome lore. I feel kind of bad about it, but there's really not much more to the gnomes at this point. We did the whole mecha gnome thing. We've covered the Curse of Flesh. We know what happened.
See you later.
Like so many other unfortunate races, they were just poor creations of the Titans at first. And we're gonna have to kill the Titans soon. That's gonna be fun. And they should give gnomes a full hand of fingers. Exactly. Please give them. They have a full foot of toes. Now, why are you going to give something a full foot of toes, but you're not going to give them a full hand of fingers? It seems really incongruous. Like, I don't appreciate it. I am happy that they're... Imagine if their feet couldn't fit into boots. Imagine having another race in the game that couldn't wear boots properly. Like, if gnomes just had these horrendous, like, thick 3 toes to match their, like, sausage-like 3 fingers. That would be awful. That'd be like hobbits, I guess, you know? I don't think hobbits wore shoes. They've never heard of extra wide boots, apparently. The trolls only have 2 fingers, but you expect that sort of thing out of a troll because it doesn't look remotely human. Trolls also can't wear, they can't wear boots because they only have 2 toes. So it's the same. They have, like, you know, they got 2 fingers, they got 2 toes. It's congruous. It makes sense. And looking at a troll, you don't expect a troll to have, like, human things. But looking at a gnome, you're like, oh, you're a gnome. Oh, look, you have 5 toes and you have 3 fingers? Like, it's just, it's shocking. And once you notice it, you can't look away. It's all that you notice after that. Which makes it hard to play. One day we'll do a gnome. It'll either be a rogue or it'll be a warlock. Kind of leaning towards rogue. I hope the weapons are still obnoxiously large. Even if I'm a gnome. That would be hilarious. That would make it all worth it.
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend.
15 raiders, 3 healers. Okay. Do we want to do that now? Level 28. We also need Shadow Weavers. Legend of Stelvin turns in back in town. I think we're going to be done here for now. I think I want to go to Wetlands. Because a lot of our stuff in Wetlands is starting to turn green. Oh, we should do a Stockade run, perhaps. I do have those 2 quests that I would like to finish for Stockade. We gotta finish the kill quest. We need 1 convict. And I need 2 bandanas. I'd love to get these done and turn these both in. And then we can go to Wetlands. Because everything out there is turning green all the way up to the 3rd fleet. So we could probably go to Wetlands and do everything. But some of these level 24 quests are going to be really close to going gray. Which is kind of worrisome. Oh, look at that beautiful sun. Is that a sunset moon? Because that's not the sun. I think that's the moon, and I think the sun has already set. Whatever's going on, it's absolutely gorgeous. What about a gnome mage? Yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting that gnomes can be mages. I don't know why. You'd think it'd be obvious. But for some reason, when I think about gnomes, I keep forgetting they can be mages. I don't know. Maybe that works. Do I need to spin here? Not really. I can spin.
Good day to you.
Back in town.
Have a good one.
They'll rebuild Dalaran, but it'll cripple a 5090 on full graphics. Yeah. I don't know what they can do in a real sense. But I would love to be able to get 60 FPS in the main hub. I mean, I don't have the best machine. I have a 3070? It's either a 3060 or a 3070. I built it a couple of years ago. So, like, maybe I can't expect to get 60 FPS in a main hub. Maybe that's just, you know, if you want to get 60 FPS in Silvermoon, you gotta get a 5090, kid. But I would love for them to be able to do something. You know what really helps is turning your shadows down. The shadows are something you don't really notice anyway. A lot of the time, if you're, like, in active gameplay, like if you're doing delves or dungeons, you're not really looking at all the shadows and the pretty lighting and stuff like that. Like turning your shadows down helps significantly to boost frame rate in the city. Turning your render scale down to 91%. For some reason, even though you can't see a visual difference, if you're playing modern WoW with your render scale at 100%, if you turn this down to 91, it actually significantly improves frame rates in Silvermoon, and you can't really tell the difference visually to look at it. It's interesting. And so there's a couple things you can do, but yeah, the best I ever get, like in the thickest part of Silvermoon, I get like 35 to 45 FPS. It's like, I would really just like it to be nice and smooth and buttery. They're gonna have to rebuild their game engine to offer that. Whenever they get their game engine, like rebuild the new game engine and pop the game into it, then they will be able to have like smoother frame rates for more machines. Because stuff will be able to be so much better optimized than it currently is. But I think until then, we're just kind of waiting.
Need help?
Unless you can afford a top-of-the-line video card.
Or the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend.
Well, look at that. Here we go. Gooey spider cake. We got it. I just grabbed the gray quest and we were able just to turn it in. At least this way we get the recipe. The recipe, though, it's a green recipe, but if we can find some hot spices at some point, we could cook these devil clams. I don't think anybody here sells stuff. General Goods won't have it. Maybe we'll just do it back in Stormwind.
You need something? See you later. See you around.
Alright, so from here, I'm going to send us on a flight to Stormwind. We're going to do a Stockades run. We're going to get these 2 Stockades quests completed, and then we're going to head out to the wetlands. Before we do any of that, I have to go AFK for a couple minutes.
Safe travel.
Refill my coffee. So on and so forth. I will be right back. Okie dokie, we are back. Let's pop ourselves into the queue and see what's going on with that. And then we'll check professions and see if there's anything else we want to do. Wow. This has to be a bug. Is this bugged out, or did everybody quit the game and go play SOD? Nobody in the queue for stockades? On Alliance side? At 7 PM realm time? On a Tuesday? Holy cow, what's going on with this? Oh shit, okay, well that's better, I guess. There's no deeps though. How are the new earbuds working? They're working good. They're not as easy to take on and off. Or at least I don't have the muscle memory to quickly get them on and off yet. But for my comfort and my general well-being and the fact that I can wear hats now, they're awesome. Where is everybody today? Where is everybody today? What are they doing? I mean, this looks busy, but I'm gonna tell you what. It doesn't look as busy as it has in, like, the past weeks. It just looks, like, moderately busy. Very interesting. Okay, well, I mean, in that case... Now we look for DPS. Everybody's in Scarlet Monastery today. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. We are pretty close to that. I just can't believe there's not a single DPS in the queue for this, that's all. It's a little bit nutty. I am going to go spin for the XP buff. We'll wait to re-up the item buff until we actually have a group. Somewhere here I could do something for like a food buff, but I've not found any food buff rewards on any of these guys. But maybe it's a chain or something, I don't know.
Hey there, be careful.
It's all the burning blossoms. Unbelievable. Seagull, I have not played enough Guild Wars 2 to recommend much of anything. I've played very little bits of Guild Wars 2. I've enjoyed the little bits that I played, but definitely not enough to make any recommendations. Go to the vendor for the food buff item. Oh, it's a vendor. Well, in that case... it's not you guys. Supplies. Here we go.
What can I get for you today?
Oh, wow. They got some cosmetic stuff. Wow. Midsummer sausage. Oh, this is why I want more of these. Okay. I was always wondering, like, why would I really want more flowers? Because all I do with the flowers is get the fire shield buff. But now I see why I would want more flowers. Because I'd want to buy some of this stuff. Defense rating, damage done from spells, healing done, hit rating. So we probably want the hit rating one. Well, for tanking, you could argue, like, you know, get the other one.
Watch your back.
Okay, I don't know if I want to do any of that right now because I don't have a lot of flowers.
What's on your mind? Watch your back.
And to get more flowers, I'd have to do these quests.
Must not give up.
And I don't really know if I want to do those quests.
You need something for the alliance.
I can't figure out how to do the fire tossing. You'd think that'd be like an easy one to do. But for the life of me, I can't figure it out. I was assuming you would just target the thing, but it doesn't seem to really work that way. Yeah, I've never got it to do anything. It doesn't seem to count up. It doesn't seem to add up. It doesn't... I don't know. This should be an easy way to get 5 flowers. If quest failed, like, well, no surprise. Like, obviously. Haven't been able to figure that one out yet. Don't really care to at this point. A hunter and a priest. Those are my choices so far. There is a mage and a shaman grouped up together. That's unfortunate. The counter shows on my buff bar. Oh. Oh, I don't think I can be any quicker though. So that's the problem. You know, it just might be that I can't be any quicker than that. So
See you around.
I thought maybe I was missing them. But if I'm not missing them, if it's just a speed thing, then I'm not going to be able to do it any faster. Yeah, I don't think it's happening. Doesn't seem to be happening. That's enough of that. All right, there we go. We got hunter, we have priest, we have warlock, and we have a shami healer. I'm gonna go grab the fire shield buff. So at least we have that. Did we not summon the Warlock? Maybe everybody's in. No, we did not summon the Warlock. There we go. Now we should be good. We have some kind of item. 8 strength, 3 stamina. I'm just gonna roll greed on this. Like, would I equip this? Sure, maybe. It's a level 18. This is gonna be better for someone to sell it. I'm just gonna roll greed with everybody else. Because I don't really need that. It's not really an upgrade at all. I'm just gonna end up shoving it in my bank or selling it. So yeah, let somebody else do that. Well, there we go. There's the Red Ridge quest done. That was the one I didn't even have. That one got shared with me this time, so it'll be nice to be able to turn that in. I thought I could pull him on his own because the boss was so far away, but I guess maybe these guys are all chained together. It must be a pull one, pull all type of situation. What's going on with the audio? You can't hear it? Then it's something on your end. I would advise, but then again, if you can't hear the audio, then you can't hear this. And then any advice I give will be moot. So I will advise nothing. Monica, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Alright, that's it. Let's go turn these quests in.
Well met for the Alliance.
So we have one quest over in the Old Town to turn in, and then we gotta go out to Red Ridge to turn in that quest. After that, we're gonna head towards the wetlands. Do we need to do anything else while we're in town? Can we learn Silk yet? Let's go see what we need to learn Silk Bandage.
You need something?
There we go.
Farewell.
Alright, what about Alchemy? Alchemy, we can do some stuff. We just can't guarantee skill ups off of any of it. I'm gonna make some healing pots. Even if we don't get the skill ups, we could definitely use the pots. Oh, we could do more of this if we had leaded vials. We're just out of vials. Maybe we have some more stuff to learn anyhow. There's gotta be some more recipes we can learn. Let's head down to the Mage Quarter. Oh, and we also have warrior abilities. Okay, let's do warrior abilities first. I think I'm also going to catch a respec. Then again, I kind of dig Rend and Deep Wounds when I'm tanking. I kind of like it because I can put Rend up on everybody. And because I've improved it and I put it up on everybody in a dungeon and it takes a minute for the mobs to die, I feel like it's actually worth it. And then I really like having Deep Wounds. Maybe I'm just going to leave the spec alone for a while. We'll start putting points maybe into improved Heroic Strike. If we go back into Fury, we can grab improved Cleave. That's gonna really boost the damage of our Cleave. Which would really help with 5-mans. Blood Craze could be good for some health regeneration when we get crits. That could be good in the tanking situation. And then we could dual wield. I mean, right now with the buff, if we have the super fire buff, the dual wielding's pretty good. We're not going to have that for much longer. That goes away on the 5th.
What can I do for you? Farewell.
Alright, what's back here? Matthias Shaw, Shadow of the Past. Oh, this must be part of the Missing Diplomat questline. Maybe we'll do it. I hardly ever do this questline. There's a good ring at the end of it if you do.
What can I do for you? Be careful. Light bless you. Be careful. Light bless you. Go with honor, friend.
Alright, let's try a respec. We'll play with it for a bit and see how we feel. I think we do 3. Oh no, look at this. This one's good too. Well, these are all really good. I'm gonna take Enrage. Okay. We'll play with this for a while and see how we feel. What's the time walking this time around? What era are they doing the time walking for? I haven't been into retail at all today. I'm gonna play some retail tonight.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
Alright, let's go to the Mage Quarter and do some Alchemy before we head to Red Ridge to turn this quest in. Oh, it's Dragonflight time walking. Yeah. I really don't want to ever see Ruby life pools again. Unfortunately.
Goddess bless you. Goddess watch over you.
We need leaded vials, right? Yeah, okay.
Well met.
Let's get a stack of them.
Be careful.
I'm just gonna do the health pots. Even though we might not get a bunch of skill ups. Stocks run went really great. Yep, we cleared it with no problems. At the end of it, somebody said, "Nice tanking." Which is always nice to see. I felt like I did a pretty decent job of keeping the pace, but not doing anything too silly. Do I think Midnight in the War Within has improved on Dragonflight? Yeah, I mean, even the War Within was leagues better than Dragonflight. But Midnight has got them into a really good spot. Yeah, leagues better. Is that all we can do? I think so.
What brings you here?
Okay.
A sharp hero.
So now let's shoot out to Red Ridge and we'll get that last quest turned in from Stocks. After that, we're gonna head back to the wetlands. And resume our questing journey out that way.
Lightly with you. Lightly.
Shane, the Green Hills pages are cheap on the auction house right now. Oh, that's not cheating. That's how me and my friend did it back in the day. He'd always make me do those quests when we leveled up together. He'd get really mad because of how much XP it was, and I always wanted to skip it. He's like, no, we'll just go to the auction house and we'll buy them. Okay, I'll buy them for you on the auction house. We're not going to skip them. That's what he sounded like when he was talking about that. And so yeah, we used to buy them. It is a lot of XP, like if you can get it all done. the best way to do it is to buy them. Sometimes you can like quest there for a bit and then just go buy the ones you don't have. Just get too much strain on the inventory though. It's just an intentional strain on your inventory. See, that's the game design reason for quests like that. Spice things up a little bit.
Greetings. Be careful. Of the Alliance.
Oh, snap. Hey, we get our mount soon. I keep forgetting mount at 30. Oh, we're very close to 30. I wonder. Maybe I should just do a couple quests here. It's getting kind of iffy, because when we hit 30, I'm pretty sure these level 24s are going to go gray. Which is kind of going to suck. This one is going to chain into other quests. This one doesn't chain. We don't have to do that. Sida's bag. It's kind of a one-off. It's meant to lead you into some grinding. We don't need the grinding, hence us out-leveling the quest. But I feel like, since I'm a human, I should probably ding 30 down here. Instead of digging 30 up in the wetlands and then having to fly all the way back in like 20 minutes. Let's go kill these Blackrock champions. If we kill the Blackrock champions between the kill XP and the turn-in, we should be good. Now the champions, I think, are all the way back here to the north. Oh, and I guess if we're gonna go do that, let's be smart about it. Let's go get the fire buff. Keep our bonus XP. We can do Graveyard now. The Graveyard actually has a little bit of loot in it, I guess, in TBC. At least the one time we did it, there was some loot. It seemed like it was guaranteed chance to drop loot. But I'll probably just wait on that until we can do a Graveyard and Library in like one go. No Morgan, I want to be like level 30 at least, maybe level 31 if we want to tank it. RFK on the Alliance side, LOL, good luck. Earthroot I don't need. Yeah, they could do more with the holiday stuff in Classic Plus. They definitely go deep into it in the retail events. I never engaged too much with the holiday stuff. It's really nice that it's in the game. The only one I used to engage with a lot was just killing the Headless Horseman. But that was because he dropped stuff. I'm hoping maybe some of these guys in the cave will actually be worth kill XP. Some of the ones out here are gray. If we can get the escort quest, maybe we should do that too. That would be like a little bit more XP. Oh, I say that, and then of course this group is escorting him out. So that might not be in the cards. I think he takes a while to respawn. That's after they finish the run. I'm not in the queue for anything. I don't need a group right now. Probably somebody who wants to kill champions with me, but I'm kind of relying on some of the kill XP. My goal is to hit level 30 here before we do anything else so that I can go get my mount before we go to wetlands. For that to work, I feel like I need every bit of kill XP I can get. Splitting it with somebody's not really going to help me out. Have we done RFK? No, it's really hard for the Alliance to get groups for RFK and RFD. I think it just popped up in our list anyway. We'll probably try it at some point, but... 23 to 31. I mean, we're right in the range for that, but again, Alliance... It's not as easy to get out there as Horde-side, so... A lot of times people don't bother running it. Let's have a look. Let's check out the queue. I mean, there are some people in the queue, but notice they're all tanks. I love this guy. He's my favorite guy. We know this works because we've done this before. We've shaman tanked RFK. But I love that he's in the queue as a tank. That's spectacular. But yeah, that's what it looks like. Typically on the Alliance side, we don't really bother with it, unfortunately. Do I have the miss indicator deactivated, or do I just hit all the time? If I miss, you'll see it in the scrolling combat text. But these guys are lower level, and I have capped out weapon skill with the axe, so I probably don't miss very much right now. Not with a one-hander and a shield. If I were to put on if I were to go dual wield, then you'd probably see a bunch of misses popping up. But with the one-hander, fighting a lower level guy, like, I'm just not gonna miss very much. Ooh. Yes, I think. Let's see. We can get a few more, like, oh, are we gonna be lucky? We gotta get 4 more. If I take this escort quest, what are the odds that we can kill 4 more of these guys on the way out as we walk out? Because I really would hate to do the escort quest and come back just to kill a couple. Maybe I can wait a minute for some stuff to start to respawn, and then I can start his escort, as long as no other players come by. I wonder if I can pull these guys down. Yeah, maybe I can... Oh, he's gonna shoot me right through the floor, isn't he? Maybe I can pull these guys down somehow. Maybe I'll just bug them out. That could happen too. Yeah, we just bug them out doing that. I'm gonna take the quest and just cross our fingers.
King's honor, friend.
Fox with Lollipop, welcome to the stream and thanks for joining us today. Well, there we go. That's all the champions we needed. I'm glad that we took the quest. Definitely enough of them on the way out. More than enough. Even though this guy's injuries are such that he can't run, he tanks every enemy for us. Like, somehow he gets immediate aggro when he hits them, and he doesn't really seem to let up. Like, he can't run, but he can still fight. Totally fine. We kept aggro on that guy. And he knows how to shield bash. Did you guys see him shield bash this summoner? This guy's a pro. He's taking quite a rest. Buddy, are you okay?
Help. Greetings, King's Honor friend. What can I do for you? Forget something? I'm kind of busy. Quit it. What's your problem? Knock it off. You're getting on my nerves. Light be with you.
There we go.
Greetings. Need help? What can I do for you? King's Honor, friend. Light be with you. Forget something? I'm kind of busy. Quit it. What's your problem? Knock it off. You're getting on my nerves. Well met.
That's a good point. After fighting out of that cave, some classes might need a rest. That's true. So we should get the level with no problem. I have 82 golds. We are going to be quite broke. I think I have a little bit of gold on my priest. Yes, my priest has 80 gold. My rogue has 4 golds. I have a warrior with 3 golds. So we have a little bit of gold, but this is going to basically break the bank for this character. Oh, that's why these guys are here. Oh, nice. Very nice. Oh, come on, buddy. We didn't need to get involved in this, did we? I guess Orc's this close to Redridge, he probably couldn't help himself from getting involved. It's a matter of public safety. Nice.
Light be with you. Light bless you. Be careful. For the Alliance.
Well, there it is. Level 30. Looking at talents. We can grab sweeping strikes if we really want to. Maybe we ought to. Battle stance and berserker stance. Huh. Weapon mastery, reduce the chance for your attacks to be dodged. And reducing duration of all disarm effects used against you by 25%. Wow. I mean, it's all good. I would like more points in commanding presence. Eventually, I think we would do dual wield spec, but probably after level 40. I'm gonna grab sweeping strikes. Now the real question is, where am I gonna put it? I'm gonna put it here. Switch those around. Cool.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
Alright, let's run over and get our mount. We're pretty close, we're just gonna make the run. We gotta go out to the logging camp. So this is perfect. We're probably not going back to Black Fathom Deeps. I'm gonna drop these. It's time to clear out the quest log a bit. We're not gonna bother with that one. Everything else we're gonna hold on to.
Step on up. See you later.
Greetings.
Oh, that wasn't that bad.
Bless you.
We still have 44 gold left, so yeah, that's really good. Alright. Now where in my inventory did it go? There it is. And there we have it. Our life as an unmounted traveler is over. From here on out, we ride. Let's go back to Red Ridge, and then we will fly to the wetlands. Cleave, rend, and slam. Now that we've respec'd, I'm not going to be worried about rend as much. In fact, I might not use it that much. Slam I'm not going to use. Cleave rank 2 will be really nice to get before we do another dungeon. But I think for now I'm just going to keep going. We'll train at level 32. Unless we decide to do a dungeon before then. Which I don't know if we will. And then level 32 we get a bunch of stuff. Wetlands and get the black horse. Do they sell the black horse in the wetlands? I don't think I've ever picked up the black horse in the wetlands. Definitely if they have it. If I can afford it. I scanned for a black horse on that seller and didn't see one, obviously. Alright, I'm gonna put us in flight to Menethil Harbor. I'm gonna go AFK for a couple minutes. I will be right back.
Have a good one.
Alright, I am back. And just in time. Derek, I appreciate that. Thanks for being here and checking out the stream today. Alright, let's go find our cool black horse. Where would they be? If I were selling a horse... I don't know. It's not the wait. No, it's not the stable master. Horse breeder. Yep, I've never been over here. Never knew this was here.
I buy and trade.
He's got the same ones, but he also has the black one. Okay, cool.
For the Alliance.
That's really cool. If only the icon of it, like, represented the color of the horse, so that I could tell them apart in my inventory. You know? That'd be pretty neat. Very nice. Yep. That's the one. That's what I wanted. Oh my god, what's this? Stormbringer belt. 5 strength, 2 stamina, level 15 blue. You never really find blue gear that's any good for you. I mean, this is really good, but you know, it's a level 15 piece, and we're finding it at level 30. This will be good for an alt, though. But this will be good for my paladin eventually. Because eventually we're going to have an alliance paladin. Even if it waits until Wrath of the Lich King. Other than that, we could sell it, but I don't think it's going to sell for that much. Really nice find, though. You can't sell it for a lot. You know, it's not like I can go make 30 gold off of it. I could probably sell that for 5 gold. That's my guess based on how the market has been so far. I would say that piece will sell for about 5 gold. Which, you know, like 5 gold is 5 gold. I could take it or leave it. I'd rather have the item. Set the item aside for another day. We are going to have to hit up a vendor pretty soon. The inventory is not looking good. There's a vendor at the crossroads. There's a vendor up here. We might be able to head up here. We do have the giant crocodile skin quest. And those guys are up to the north, so maybe we can head that way. Do we have plans for the 4th? We have plans for the holidays, yep. We got some stuff that we're doing. Mm-hmm. I don't think I need Mage Royal anymore, do I? Life Root, King's Blood, Strangle Kelp, Goldthorn. Yeah, we really don't need it. I'm gonna pick it anyway, we'll vendor it. But it can't give skill ups, and we don't need it for alchemy, so. Inventory's full. Oh, okay, well that solves that issue. Let's head over to this vendor and dump everything we don't absolutely need.
Hi, how are you? Be seeing you.
Mitchie, I appreciate that. Thanks for being here and for hanging out with us. Patrick, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the stream. Let's go do Sida's bag. It's level 24. It's green on the verge of going gray. I don't even know if we're going to get kill XP from the mobs out here or not, but let's go try it. Then we can swing up to Dunmodir. Eventually we got to make our way down to the excavation site though. We have a lot of lower level stuff to do down that way. We have the turn-in over at the Green Warden that we completed a long time ago. Should be able to basically finish up everything we have in the wetlands in this visit. Anything we want to do here, we should be able to do this time. So that maybe when we leave here, we might not have to come back. Hayden, thanks for being here and checking out the stream. You know, I forgot I wanted to go into this little corner here and see if we can work on giant crocolisks. But then again, we can do that when we come back to do the third fleet follow-up, because I didn't grab the kill quest for third fleet, I realize. So maybe we hold off on crocolisk hunting until we do that. Do I think I'll start an alt up in retail? Eventually I want to level up a Void Elf or a Void Demon Hunter. Not a Void Elf. A Void Demon Hunter, eventually. I just don't know when I'm going to want to do it. I'm going to play some retail tonight, but I'm going to play endgame stuff. Because I'm really, really digging my Paladin. So I don't know. Why switch to the two-handed axe? Just to skill up different weapons. There's really nothing that I have to be wearing right now. I'm just trying to switch around occasionally to skill up the different weapon types as we go. Been doing pretty good at keeping everything pretty close. We're not even going to use a lot of two-handed weapons. But I'm still going to keep them skilled up. I've played too many melee characters where I have let certain weapon types get too far behind. And then we find like an awesome upgrade, and it's like, well, that'd be great if we weren't at 0 weapon skill for that weapon type. Is it important on a paladin too? Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened to my North American paladin. Like, I played it with this idea that I would never want to tank on it, right? I told myself, like, you don't want to tank on it. So I never leveled up my one-handed weapons. And then when I was like level 65, I was like, damn, I think I'm gonna have to tank. Except I didn't have any of my weapon skills leveled up, and so when I started this character, it was a guiding principle of the playthrough that I was not going to let stuff fall behind. That if I took professions, we were going to work on the professions, we were going to level up our weapon skills, and kind of keep everything at an even pace. So far, besides two-handed swords falling behind, it's been working out. And you don't have to be as obsessive about it as I've been. I've been keeping like all the weapon types on me. You don't have to do it quite like that. I'm being purposefully obsessive about it on this character. But like, you know, every 5 levels, just kind of take a look at your weapon skills and think, well, is there anything that's really far behind that I ought to level up now? And then don't wait on it. Am I stopping all my new tunes in Outland, or did I get sick of the Hunter? What Hunter? Definitely no plans to stop all of my tunes in Outland, even though I will say Outland is not as enjoyable to play through as the vanilla stuff. Eventually we'll take a character through all of it. Maybe this will be the character. It's not like I haven't seen Outland 537,000 times. You know? And as someone who's not going to really do anything at endgame, like, I have no real desire to raid log the current 7 raid bosses every week, so I'm not in a big rush to get anybody to 70. Every single ounce of it is content that I've seen before. Most of it is content that I saw, you know, for the first time back in 2007. And I'm just not really that into Outland. Eventually we'll get a character through all of it, because I'll want to get some characters ready for Wrath of the Lich King. At this point, when it comes to Outland, like, Outland is the Wrath of the Lich King waiting room for me. Unless they add Heroic Plus, like if they go in and they add harder 5-man dungeons, then I'll be more keen to want to get to max level. Because where I don't really care about doing raids, I would definitely do some Heroic Plus. Of the variety that we were offered in Wrath Classic and Cata Classic and Mop Classic, but they don't seem to have any inclination to do that for TBC. They're keeping like all TBC development to an absolute minimum, which includes not giving us harder 5-mans, I guess. For any kind of leveling, I always advise zone hopping as much as you can. So seeing as many zones as you can. You're not going to really want to take just a linear path. Like, you could do a linear path of like Elwyn, Westfall, Redridge, Duskwood. That's going to get really hard. It pays off, especially early on, to jump between the different starting zones. Like, when I do a human, we always do Elwyn Forest, but we also do Dunmorrow, which is the Dwarven starting zone. They're all good, and especially early, it's worth it to zone hop and kind of see everything. What are good professions on the warrior? I like Herbalism, Alchemy, but everybody's different. Ultimately, the best profession is going to be the one that you enjoy enough to actually level it up. That's going to be the best profession for your warrior, is the profession that you're not going to let fall behind or become apathetic to. I find it really easy to level up alchemy and herbalism as I go. Whereas when I try to do blacksmithing and mining, my mining always falls really, really far behind, then my blacksmithing falls behind, and then that's usually a rip for professions. We still didn't get this bag. I don't really know, like, I don't need to farm the bag, because we're not getting a ton of kill XP from those guys. And the bag quest is going to go gray really soon anyway. Let's go out to the Green Warden and we'll turn in this completed quest. And then I think I might go down to the excavation site and start getting to work on some of those quests, because some of those are going to be a low level too. This one's level 24. I really don't want to lose those ones.
to me! Glad I could help!
Ah, yes. We have a mount. How many times am I going to forget that we have a mount? Probably a couple of times. Definitely still not used to having mounts in places like wetlands and Duskwood. It always feels weird to have a mount here.
Hello. Keep your feet on the ground.
Well met. Here there.
We need to find the recipe for the raptor eggs. Tasty omelette, or whatever it's called. The raptor questline will give us the recipe? Okay, cool. Perfect. Other than that, we could probably buy it at the Pig and Whistle. Back in Stormwind. Lots of people out here killing raptors today. Nothing like a nice rainy day for raptor killing. Well, there we go. That's one way to get Sida's bag done. Just give up on it up north to come down here and get it while we're doing other stuff. That's probably the best way to get it, actually.
Talk to me. Watch your back.
Well, that might be the easiest that I have found all the fragments. Though I guess it also helps that there aren't very many other players in this area. Typically we have quite a bit of competition here. This sword is the Butcher Slicer from SFK. All of the weapons, when wielded by a human, are enormous. For some reason, the weapons are just all huge. Which I appreciate, because then you can really see all the details of them. It was a good change of pace from being on the Blood Elf Paladin that had really, really tiny weapons. Like, this one-handed sword is bigger than most two-handers that we would put onto the Blood Elf. I hope in Classic Plus, the High Elf models can wield bigger weapons. I don't think they have to shrink the weapons down that much. Because when you play a Dwarf, they don't shrink the weapons down a lot. And I don't even think they shrink the weapons down that much when you play a Gnome. I think a Gnome has bigger equipable weapons than Blood Elves do. Which is not okay. But yeah, human seems best if you want big weapons. Well, it doesn't make sense, because like I said, the gnome weapons aren't that small. See, that's why I had other supporting facts. I complained about something, and then I had facts supporting why it could be different. Which is that gnomes and dwarves, who are also short of stature, their weapons are the same size. It's only the Blood Elves that get their stuff really, really, really shrunk down, to the point where a one-handed sword looks like a dagger, and a two-handed sword looks like a one-handed sword. They're too small. They probably need to be scaled down a little bit more than this. You know, they probably shouldn't be quite this big, but they went too far. They went a little bit too far with the downscaling, and it ended up just resulting in really dinky weapons. Yeah, I mean, I will also always love the Blood Elves. I just think in the future, maybe any Blood Elves I play might be casters. But yeah, if you want to play Pally on the Horde side, you don't really have a choice. I mean, when you say that, you do realize that Blood Elves are the same height as humans, don't you? You say smaller model, smaller weapons, they're not smaller. They're a little bit thinner of limb, but they're just as tall as humans. Go pull up a size comparison on the internet. You know, I mean, I already debunked the smaller model, smaller weapon argument anyway. But if you need further proof, go look it up. They're the same height. Not that it matters, but it matters in the sense of saying something completely inaccurate. They're not smaller.
You got my attention. Off with you.
What's on your mind? Safe travel.
How are you? Be good. Off with you.
Let's pop over to the east and we'll do war banners before we head back to Menethil. We have 18 spots in the inventory. We got 11 minutes left on our buffs. That might be just enough time to do this quest and head back. Yeah, on any melee class, I prefer fighting lower level enemies. They don't always have to be this low, like this is an extremely low level. But fighting green enemies on melee classes is great. Some people don't like it because you're getting less XP per kill, but I don't mind it because, yeah, you're getting less XP per kill. You're also killing twice as fast, and you don't have any downtime between fights. So to me, it's a win. This is an extreme case. These guys are really, really low level. But I'm okay with it. Have I done any dungeons today? Yeah, we did Stockades earlier today. But that was it. We had some quests to wrap up in Stockades, so we did one run. We're probably not going to be doing a lot of dungeons until we open up a library and armory and all that stuff, which is going to be pretty soon. We might get a run... We might get some SM in towards the end of the week. Like maybe Thursday. Should be able to run some Scarlet Monastery by then. Alright, there we go. That is 8 out of 8. Definitely need to grab this Wild Steel Bloom. The Briarthorn I can do without. Wild Steel Bloom we absolutely need.
What can I do for you? Off with you.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground. Be good.
Well met. Be careful. Go with honor, friend.
Alright, let's get this guy what he needs to give us the follow-up so we can go do that. We'll do his follow-up, we'll kill the crocolisks, the giant ones. And there might be a couple of other things we can do.
How are
We
ya?
can go up to Dunmodir and do the dwarven stuff up in the north. Let's see, what does he want? There we go.
Watch your
We
back.
did get the recipe for the curiously tasty omelets. I really need to find a trade goods vendor. I have a lot of tangy meat I could cook.
Great to meet you.
And now I have these raptor eggs. If only I could find some hot spices. Yeah, just hot spices. There's got to be a trade goods vendor somewhere. Who has trade goods? This guy does.
Interest you on the pint? Watch your back.
Here there.
Be good.
195 cooking, very nice. Very happy with our professions at the moment. We probably don't need to hang on to all of this buff food. Probably just keep the stack of tasty, curious omelets.
You need something? See you around. For the Alliance.
Yeah, we can sell the rest.
Hello.
Alright, that looks good. Sell the old health pots, we don't need those anymore. The turtle meat I'm gonna hang on to.
Be careful.
The turtle meat we'll definitely be able to use later on.
How are ya? Off with ya. Watch your back.
So what you're saying is I was right all along. That's okay, I already knew that. I moved on a long time ago because I knew I was right. Alright, we're gonna go north, we're gonna go after Giant Crocolisk, and we're gonna go after the Cursed Crew. I don't know if I'm ready to go up into the Dwarven area quite yet. So we'll do these two, and then we'll get these turned in, and we'll grab the follow-up, and we'll go from there. This will be a good time to pop Elixir of Underwater Breathing. The guy we need down here is dead. It's okay. You know, I never questioned charging underwater before. I've never questioned it, but yeah. It is cool, but when you think about it, it also kind of doesn't make sense. Just a burst of swimming speed. And that is level 31. We are continuing to make really smooth progress. Where do I want to put my talent point? So many good options. Maybe I should keep going into commanding presence. Maybe now that I'm dual wielding, I should start putting points in the dual wield spec. That could be a decent idea, since I am starting to dual wield. I think I will. Now we're looking for Giant Crocolisk. We need 5 more skins. Depending on how many people are killing these, we'll see how it goes. They do have a 100% drop rate. Which I don't know if it was like that in vanilla or not, but Questy says 100% drop rate. That would be nice since the game only spawns about 6 of them in at any one time. I don't think these crocs go this far north, and then once we start seeing raptors, that's definitely the end of the crocolisk spawns. Let's head back to the south. We might be waiting on respawns. It looks like there was a player that went through this quest right before we did. Could have been one of the people we saw working on the boat quest. It could be this person right here. Level 27 Draenei Priest, yep. They are also killing the crocolisks. That's gonna set us back. What if they made dungeon layouts different each time you enter to make the experience a different run each time? Yeah, I mean, you could probably have a couple of variants of a dungeon. It couldn't be infinite. Unless you wanted it to be like RNG slop, then it could be completely random. The idea of different variants is fun. They play around with that idea in Modern WoW a bit. I don't know if the maps are different, but delves have different story elements to them. Like, there's different... like, each delve has like 3 different variants it could be in. But I don't know if that affects the layout of the dungeon or just like the enemies within it. It's an interesting idea. I don't think they would ever do anything like that for 5-mans. they might take that approach to like a different piece of content, but it wouldn't be 5-man dungeons. Even with the 100% drop rate, I really question whether or not this quest is worth doing. If you can get out here when they're all spawned and there's nobody else doing the quest, it's perfect. If you try doing this quest with a single other person working on it at the same time, it's going to take forever to get it done. Alright, we're gonna finish this one when we come back out here. We're gonna have to come back out here anyway for the next quest on the boat. So we'll worry about this then. We need one more giant crocolisk. Maybe there will be some out here next time.
looking for something specific?
Safe travels.
Hey there. See you later. Have a good one. See you later.
Alright, everybody. Unfortunately, I am out of time for right now, so I'm going to park it here. Next time, we will finish up all the stuff in the wetlands and we'll head back to Duskwood. And then we'll be wrapping things up there as well on our way into Stranglethorn. It's been a really good day for progress. I have had a lot of fun today. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I will be playing some retail later tonight. Around 6:30 my time, I'm going to schedule the stream as soon as this one ends. So if you'd like to see some retail play or just come hang out and say hi, I will be here this evening. Would love to see you then. If not, I will see you guys back here tomorrow at the regular time for more Classic. Until then, take care of yourselves out there and take care of each other. And we will see you somewhere in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.